Good morning, good afternoon, 44 Trading Room. Hi, team. Hi, Clifton. Hi, Scott. Hope everyone is okay today and ready for the last trading day of October. 31st of October we have, and let's see how spooky the market is going to be. Seems like so far Meta and Microsoft definitely spooked the tech sector, guys. Indeed, because the earnings did not get so well. So after a great start of the alphabet, seems like Amazon, or not Amazon, maybe I know something already, right? Because Amazon is coming after the bell. No, actually, Microsoft and Meta just missed the more news actually about the two big tech giants. I'm going to tell you later. But the most important thing that both of them just down quiet, ugly, 3.8% down on the Microsoft, and Meta 1.5. Meta is not that bad. Hi, Scott. Good morning to you. Dor, Sonny. Good morning, everyone. Let's just start. But actually, not only the earnings, which are shaping the pre-market now to the red side, actually, very much to the red, 0.67 on the SPY, 0.73 on the triple Q. But some economic news released already. PCE price index, as you know, this is one of the most important inflation following number for the Fed, or tracking data, and the core PC price index is just came along with the expectations, which is quite okay. Also, I would say we would have seen a better pop up or a recovery on the SPY if we would have seen a lower PC price index, but it just met the expectations. And the unemployment claims is just going down again. This is the third straight week when we see lower unemployment claims. Now it's no news, no more news. Only at 9:45 we will get the Chicago PMI trader. So please be careful, because 15 minutes after the market opens, Chicago PMI is going to maybe cause a little turbulence. But I must tell you, I think it's not the Chicago PMI which is going to make the market more volatile, but a lot of earning stocks which already released earnings or are going to be released earnings after the market close. Later on, natural gas storage at 10:30, and that's it for today. And tomorrow, the 1st of November, ADP non-farm employment change and unemployment rate coming with ISM manufacturing PMI and ISM manufacturing prices at 10 o'clock. Indeed, plus Amazon and Apple in the pipeline, but they are going to release earnings only after the market close. Regarding the rest of the stock exchanges of the world, Europe is not in a good shape. Actually, some inflation numbers which just show that the inflation is higher, just ticked higher in Europe. Unfortunately, that's why seems like the European stocks are just suffering to the downside at the moment, including even the Chinese and the Japanese stocks. They are not going down because of the European inflation number, but some news on the BOJ, the Bank of Japan. So everything is into the red side, including the pre-market. Let's see whether this PC price index and the employment claims it's enough for the market to turn around. Also, I must tell you that the Magnificent Seven just got a big hit from Microsoft and Meta. Let's see whether Apple and Amazon can save the situation. Actually, Apple so far looks strong because of the AI, and even Amazon because they rule the world of the cloud, you know. So indeed, that's why I see a little chance that might Amazon and Apple is going to make a nice impression after the market close. But let's see what's going to happen. So far, traders, we are just starting with a red market. Okay, what else around the news? Uber, Caravana in the news too. Merck, SMCI is dropping again 5%. Wow, that's just a big drop. But I've seen, for example, Roblox actually 20% to the upside. On the other side, Roku is minus 14. So actually, as you just can hear from the numbers, how big jumps and gap ups and gap downs are already in pre-market, we won't have a boring day, okay? So also just be careful on the share side again. On the stocks making the biggest moves, we have several great movers. I was mentioning already some, but let's just start with Caravana, which is up a lot, indeed more than 19% maybe already into the 20s, which is crazy strong actually. For me, I don't like this too much to the upside kind of stocks, which means it's 16% now. And on the daily chart, if we just check the daily chart, it's up at the moment on $241. Look at that. It's like just a straight green line, and it's just gapping up another 16%. Amazing indeed. if if this, then what is not a sell the even news? I don't know. So I would be afraid that might some profit takers are going to get into action after the opening bell. So just because of that, let's be careful with the stock, because look at that. Like actually there is a straight green line since 125, and now it's on a 240 level. Unbelievable. And actually this 125, it was in the beginning of September, not like 2 years ago or 1 year ago. It was barely like, I don't know, like the beginning of two months ago, which is amazing. So I would be though careful again, because might is going to trigger the sell the news event. But Caravana, let's see why it just did made such a huge gap up. Earnings, of course, revenue beat. And not only that, but actually the online used car dealer also raised its full year outlook and said that results would be significantly above the high end of its prior range, which sounds super, super positive for the future. But I can understand as well. Inflation, people has not that much money to buy new cars. Of course, they are going for the old or used cars rather. So this has the reason. Well, let's see if the stockholders and the buyers, this is enough or good enough message for them to keep the stock or even to buy it. Again, in my opinion, might we will see some pullback, which I would say this would be healthy for Caravana. That's why I must tell you, I'm just going to put it to my secondary list. Hi, Ali. Good morning to you. And of course, as always, I hope you had a green day yesterday. And please don't forget, in the meantime, traders, until I'm just shaving my candidates list, if you have any questions regarding trading, regarding struggling in trading, I'm just going to become a licensed, international licensed psychological coach in 3 months, actually. So I'm just studying that at the moment. But what I've practiced now, I will have as a license on that as well. So I mean it, guys. If you need any help in trading, please just drop me an email. Okay. Oh yes, and if you are interested in TEFSA packages, not for US traders, unfortunately, or you need any help on that, please just drop me an email too. Okay, guys. So actually, CVNA, I just decided to put it on the secondary list. All right, traders, what else we have here? Second one is Roku. Oh, hi, Martins. Good afternoon to you. Nice to see you. I hope you had a nice week so far. I'm going to reach out to you in private email. Okay. Roku. Roku is coming next. 14% to the downside. It was not that lucky than the Caravana. And the reason for that, after guiding 4 months quarter adjusted EBITDA delta of $30 million, sorry, that's a little bit bigger than $30, which doesn't sound good for a company indeed. And ugly, really ugly drop on the Roku. On the Roku though, you know what? I I prefer panic rather than the plus 20%. So might we will see some more down on the Roku. As you can see, it's down on the $65 area, much down under the 200 EMA. And look at the last time when it was so much down. It was though in 2024 February, so still in that year. And after a gap down, it was able to continue going even lower. So because of that, I like Roku to the short side. Hi, Lee. Good morning to you. Hope you had a nice green day yesterday too. All right, eBay coming next. Stock lost against 9% out. Fourth quarter forecast missed the Wall Street expectations on the eBay. eBay, usually it's not a big mover, I must tell you. So maybe today it's going to be an expectation. eBay down at the moment, though, minus 5.88% and quite of a nice volume, pre-market volume. That's why I'm going to put it to the short list. Hi, Wes. Good morning to you. Oh yes, Uber it's on my list too. Actually, we have so many stocks, guys, that it's unbelievable. You know what? Let's just jump to Uber. What happened with that? 6% down as missed third quarter expectations for gross bookings. Ouch. Revenue, however, topped the expectations. So I must tell you, it's more to the bad news than to the good news for the Roku. It's a or not Roku, Uber. It's a bit extended as well. It's under the $73 area. I see 77.70, so exactly the pre-market lows around where I see a stronger support on the daily too. Actually, I still do think if the market is going to stay that pressured by the bears, might we will see Uber to go more to the downside. But so far, very strong pre-market volume and very weak, so I need to just call it to the short side. Yes, Lee, small green and your MU, very nice. Happy to hear that. Yeah, this was a very interesting V-shape reversal day in the first hour traders yesterday. Hopefully today is going to find the direction a bit easier. Comcast coming next, CMCSA shares climbed 6% after the theme park and media company's third quarter earnings and revenue beat the analyst estimates. Nicely done, CMCSA. So Comcast at the moment, it's higher with 6.77%. $45 to the upside. Well, this is not particularly a big mover, but you know what? We do not have too much to the long side yet. So let's just call it to the long side CMCSA. CMCSA. Oops, sorry, traders. Sorry. Forgot to mute my phone. Okay, here comes SMCI again. As you know, yesterday it had a very ugly news on the auditor resigned after raising concerns over the board independence and accounting practices, and seems like that today it's still just extending the slump. I'm going to put SMCI just to the secondary list. All right, Meta Platforms, as I've told you, one of the big Magnificent Seven earnings, which just released after market close. Not a good news for the Meta, 3% down, surpassed Wall Street estimates, but the user numbers were below the 3.31 billion expected by analysts. So that's why actually the Meta, it's suffering though in the pre-market, but not that bad than the Microsoft, maybe because of the mixed news. And Meta, by the way, also lifted its capital spending estimate for the year and said it sees continued growth in 2025 due to AI investment. So actually this AI investment, it's a bit, let's call it a two-edged sword because half of the stockholders, investors like that investment, the other half do not. So actually this can cause still a little bit a little problem by the Meta indeed. At the moment though, as you can see, it's full recovery. I mean in full force recovery, not recovered fully yet because it's down still 1.22%. But with this really hard recovery, I just cannot call it to the short side. Also, I must tell you that based on the daily, I would rather expect it to the downside than to the upside for a continuation because it was not an entirely good news. And as I've told you, this news, it can be a bit positive for one of the part of the investors, and to the other part maybe it's just a big no-no. So actually, I think that Meta is going to be crazy volatile like yesterday. So I'm going to call it just to the secondary risk, guys. Yesterday, I tried to trade it, but wow, it just gave me a heart attack almost. So might I'm not going to touch Meta today. Maybe Microsoft instead. Microsoft, though, it's worse news on the Microsoft, unfortunately. But I mean, like, first of all, it's down 3.65 or 62%, much more clear on the trend and on the sentiment. And the reason for that is definitely weaker than expected current quarter. Microsoft sees revenue coming in between 68.1 and the analyst expected 69.1. Indeed, and this 69.8 actually, this was the estimation, so even worse. And on the other hand, though Microsoft results in its fiscal first quarter topped analyst estimates. So I would say this is still a little bit mixed news, but as you can see, the stockholders definitely did not like this news. Lots of dump after market close, and here as well, it just cannot recover. Also, I'm going to call it to the short side, but I'm going to be careful with that stock as well. So MSFD to the short side. Here comes the next one, Peloton. This just doesn't want to disappear, the stock, as I see. Like 1 year ago, everyone thought that, okay, it's going to be out of the stock exchange soon. And look at that, it's sticky. Now let's see what's happening with Peloton. Shares gained more than 8% following the announcement that the Ford executive Peter Stern will serve as the company's next CEO. So let's see whether it can just finally save the fitness company. The exercise equipment and media company also posted better than expected result in its first quarter fiscals. So that's a good one. Let's see Peloton, which is not just a fitness company, of course. And as you can see, this is just a beautiful comeback in the recent months and seems like it's just stretching higher. If that you like that kind of lower price stocks, I'm just going to put it to the secondary list. All right, Robinhood in the news, 11% drop because of the numbers. Let's see how Hood does look like on the daily. Does it support? Does it look nice? Oh, yeah, yes, definitely. Also, on the other hand, as you remember, Robinhood just called for action actually regarding the election bets because they just got an ETF where you can just take a bet for Trump or Kamala Harris. This is a big thing actually. You can trade the election outcome. So that's why, as you can see, it's just started to go higher. Indeed, especially some days ago. But now, I don't know. It's a bit too much drop and quite of a heavy sentiment to the downside. I would say I'm just going to call it rather to the short side. As I see, even Scott has a lot to the short side and not too much to the long side. But yes, as the overall market is just down. SMCI, we were talking about that. Coinbase is the next one. Cryptocurrency exchange platform just fell more than 2% after third quarter earnings, and the revenue missed the estimates. After a nice comeback together with the Bitcoin, seems like that the coin might is going to go lower, 205 at the moment, around 200 is the next significant support. So I'm going to just watch coin to the short side. Also, when I do want to trade the coin traders, I'm always watching Bitcoin with half of my eye because, as you know, usually a coin it's impacted by the Bitcoin move, not the SPY or the triple Q indeed, which is interesting. Etsy is here as well, search 4% on some great results. So finally, one more long candidate for me on Etsy, and maybe even Signa can be one of our long candidates. CI also, this stock can be a little bit volatile and even spready. Reason for that this is at the moment a $340 stock, but indeed on the other hand the pre-market volume only 80K. I'm going to put it to the long side as I see even Scott has it, but I'm going to be careful with that because of the spread, as I've told you. Okay, let me just check if I did not miss anyone. Roku, it's on my list too. that's it. Nice, beautiful long list to start the day with. Look at that. And again, I don't think so we will feel bored or boring during this day which is coming or so. Again, please, let's just be careful. I am just expecting crazy volatility, not just because the earnings and the news and the PCE and Chicago PMI is still coming at 9:45. But don't forget, I guess US guys, you are especially you do not forget that here is the election soon, some days to go. And as I've told you, volatility is just going to go and growing. Hi, Isaac, nice to see you. Happy to hear that. Okay, guys. So as usual, I'm just going to the TEF's guidance room to trade with you on a slower pace, and I'm going to leave you in a great hands of the guys, Scott and DVG, and I'm going to wish you a beautiful green start of the day and hopefully the end as well. So have a nice
Traders, good morning and welcome to the 44 Trading Room. Welcome to an exciting Thursday session here. Going to be a great trading day today. Again, those of you that have been with us here for the last 4 days now, 3 days, and today's day number 4. What a great week here to be trading right here in the 44 Trading Room. And we appreciate you being a part of it. Appreciate everybody on YouTube this morning being a part of the room and bring us to the point of a Thursday session here. Awesome today. Well, futures a little bit changed today versus yesterday. We had a lot of earnings coming out. Futures are down on their butt this morning. It's that good morning to you. Hopefully everybody's doing great. And as we start this day today and get going today, got a lot going in front of us here. And as we get going here today, we've got the futures down. We'll start off and talk about the Asian futures in the overnight session, and then talk a little bit about Supermicro here, SMCI, as we get into the Thursday session here. Asia overnight, we saw the Nikkei drop 195. Hong Kong Hang Seng down 63, and the Shanghai and China down almost 14 points. Europe still in session right now. They're right across the board as well. German DAX down 79, FTSE in the UK down 61, and the CAC 40 in Paris down 54. All 6 markets that we track globally here are down, putting pressure on the pre-market futures here in the US of A. Dow futures down 233 this morning. S&P futures down 37 and a quarter, and the NASDAQ futures down 147 and a half. Oil's down 84 cents, still below 70, 68.42 per barrel. And if you're in the gold patch this morning, well, a little bit different than what we're used to. Gold's down $20 here after briefly heading above 2,800, 27.80 per troy ounce. Silver's down 60 cents, copper's up, platinum's down, palladium is down. What's happening out there? Well, I think the big suck was from SMCI as that stock continues to fail to the downward side, collapsing really all the AI hype, all the things that are going out there. Plus, we talked about it yesterday with DVG, the move lower and a focus on their accounting procedures. So it's interesting to see the Ernst & Young had resigned as its auditor. So you know where there's smoke, there's fire with that stock. And as we get into the day today, we're going to see that. Comcast in the news today. Also, key inflation rate this morning hits 2.1% in September, just as expected. So I think they don't want to disrupt anything because we're in the middle of a presidential election. So we'll see how that goes today as we get into the day today. Okay, let's say good morning to everybody here in the room, and we'll get some stocks, and we will be ready to rock and roll today. Okay, Itzhak, good morning to you. Seth, good morning. Miguel, good morning. Ed, good morning to you. Steve, good morning. Lee, what do you say? Good morning. Amir, I think he's coming back tomorrow. Itzhak, yep. So we'll get him back and get him on board here this morning. All right, I've listed my my stocks here this morning. Let's talk a little bit about a couple of these here. I'm going to list these here and replace a couple of things that you're seeing here this morning on my screen. We'll put CVNA up in here. That stock is on a nice tear to the upside. Also, the Peloton trade, PTON, although I think it's just a $7 stock right now. This stock right here, could be nice over the $8 mark. We'll talk about that and more as we get going here this morning. Okay, and then also on the short side, we've got tons to choose from, especially SMCI, Microsoft this morning. And then let's add a couple of stocks in here. Want to see Coin, how that performs this morning. COIN, in fact, that's going to be a nice short, and then Meta as well. So I'll post a couple of these trades here this morning. I love PTON. Could be my favorite stock of the day if this stock really gets up and goes. It hasn't been a great mover until we've had some information today, actually on. Here we go. Let me read to you what's going on here on PTON. Raising full-year profit guidance, but expects the holiday quarter to be soft. So not bad though. PTON long this morning over $8. Then also to the upside here, this CVNA. And that's going to be a long this morning over we could take it 239 with the expectation that we're going to add to it over 240. That's CVNA. And then last but not least here, we've got COIN under 205, COIN short under 205. Okay. All right, there we go. So those are the stocks I'm looking at here this morning. Meta could be a closure, gap close here up to yesterday's close. We'll watch that and be ready for it as the day starts to take off. Okay, we are set to go. We'll get DVG in here. We got about 2 minutes for the opening bell. SMCI with a leg down.
Good morning, 44 Trading Nation. How you doing, Scott?
There we go. I'm doing great. I know you're doing well after yesterday.
How about those Dodgers last night? What a World Series. I don't know if y'all watched that. First and foremost, happy Halloween. For those of you who celebrate the holiday today, be careful tonight. I'm sure there'll be plenty of shenanigans this evening. But look, as far as markets go, Microsoft, great earnings. Unfortunately, a bad call. I mean, we heard stuff like, your CEOs talking about maybe taking a, pay cut on purpose, which tells me maybe maybe they made the wrong move on OpenAI or something. I don't know. Fundamentally, stock's down. Investors didn't like it. I think Meta's got a chance of maybe reaching a little higher. They're talking making additional capital investments in the AI space. I think, people are really kind of getting a little bit more educated on what is this big AI trade, which is adding to some more uncertainty. And I talked about, kind of where AI sits in my mind. I came from that space, but look, it takes a while to actually execute a lot of these, use cases. And a lot of times it's going to be focused around productivity right out the gate. So while you may not get these amazing use cases initially, I do think it's kind of, we'll say, early innings when it comes to AI and seeing the impact it has. I think long term, it's definitely here to stay. That said, I am definitely looking bearish this morning. Notice my watch list, 50-50 on a few names. Tesla kind of right at the 200 EMA. Microsoft kind of in that buy zone in that 415 level. If it does in fact continue lower, 408 would be the target. SMCI would be my first trade. As we break 30 right at the open, I'm loading that thing up. So definitely be cautious today. Plenty of volatility. We love that as traders, but trade safe. Let's kick the day off. Markets are going to be open in a few seconds. Here we go. Good luck, traders.
Yep. Market is open, traders. Let's have a great day today. Thank you, DVG.
Keeping an eye here on the SPY and the Qs as we sell off here in the initial open. PDD, I'll begin a short trade here. 118.50. Watching Microsoft here. Big bounce in AMD. All right, let's see if we get a break under 118 on PDD. Watching Tesla around that 260 level. Still waiting on SMCI. I want to see a little bit more of a vicious bounce. Maybe we get closer up to that 31, 32 range, and I'll kick in a short. Pull back now on AMD. Wow. All that buying turned into selling pretty quick.
So listen, downside move, traders, to open things up here. And we've got a nice move now on SMCI off the bottom. CVNA starting to come around here. Again, if you're in this trade, that 239, I did not take it. So it's left the barn without me here. However, I am in the Peloton trade, PTON here, and that's looking better. Again, PTON, my focus here, 840 on PTON, as we posted it this morning.
AMD crashing right now. Starting a short here on SMCI. 43, 30, 43 is where I got in.
Come on. We're looking good here, PTON. 840, about 5 more cents here to the upside.
That's huge. Huge dump on Microsoft here, guys. We talked about that 408 being the first target. Here it comes. Here it comes. Watch this big breakdown in the markets, guys.
Okay, traders, PTON, here we are. Right over the top here on PTON. I am taking my profit right here. PTON, 844. I am out. PTON, out. 3/4 of the trade, PTON. It was a full share size trade. It's only an $8 stock, but good winning trade to start things off. And now I'm looking at CVNA to come into the trade here. CVNA. Right at the 239 mark. Again, as posted in the pre-market.
Guys, huge trade on Microsoft this morning. I was trying to post it. For some reason, this the little button on the add announcement didn't let me post the Microsoft trade nor the SMCI trade. So we're slightly up on the SMCI, about 10 cents, but Microsoft took 3/4 or 3/4 of the trade down here at the 408 mark. Let's see if we get a bigger break. I want to see 29 really, become the new norm on SMCI. So let's see the breakdown under 30. See AMD really, really viciously selling this morning. We saw a big pop followed by a huge drop on AMD. The Q's hitting a anchored VWAP from its highs right now at this 490 and change. So we probably pause here for a minute, see if bulls want to participate today or not. We saw that huge selling into the earnings, right? Like especially on Microsoft. I was kind of shocked, but I'm like, look, people are going to get out of the way. Maybe we overshoot down to 408, which is the bottom of a range. 408.39 to 417.62, kind of a range for Microsoft. I'm going to go ahead and add to SMCI. Like this is a pretty big position.
Are you long
if we break
SMCI?
the 30?
Are you short
probably
SMCI?
hold until about 27.
Yeah, okay.
No, I'm short. Yeah. Here, let me see if I can post it now. Yeah, for some reason, as soon as I go to post, let me leave and I'll come back. I try to post and then webinar is acting up. Give me a second. All right, let's see. Post that. Microsoft, I'm not going to bother because you can't get in that trade anymore. But 30.43 is where I'm in at SMCI. Like I said, if we break under that 30 mark, I'm going to load this thing up like big time. Here it
Traders,
comes.
no. Yep.
Getting close.
No trade yet on CVNA. Watch CVNI. CVNA entry is going to be 239. Add at 240. Look at Meta. Meta's going to close that gap. Or not. Or do we short it here?
AMD missed that short. That was when I was really wanting to short this morning, but oh well. We got it on Microsoft. That's the good news. Watching Tesla here, 257. What does it do? Does it bounce or does it crash? Getting ready for another ad on SMCI. If we see under 30, I will add. $29.64, the low of day. I want to see this thing break $29.64. I want to get out in the $28 to $27. And this is a huge position for me right now, guys. So let's see if I can get paid on it.
You need some help from this market here at 2, I think. Come on.
Microsoft getting a bounce here. They'll be out. All the remaining shares on Microsoft I'm out. Nice trade for us. We just broke 29 bucks or 30 bucks rather on SMCI. Let's see if we get a real exit here. Getting ready. I've got my finger on the trigger ready to take my partial. Let's see if we get a big breakdown in the 28 range. If I see a $28 print on SMCI, I will take it, guys. I have a huge position on this thing right now. Come on. A little more. A little more. I may be forced to take a little bit off here on SMCI. Trying to be patient here at the low. I just hope we don't bounce. I'm seeing everything else bounce right now. So definitely being cautious here. It's already down 9.6%. So do we find buyers down here possibly? But wait. PDD, here comes PDD.
No trade CVNA.
All right, guys.
I'm going to take PTON one more time. Taking PTON one more time. Yeah, absolutely, Vess.
All right, let's see if we can get short Tesla here, guys.
PTON
256
one more
40,
time.
we're in Tesla.
784. And we're going to add, add at 8 to go full share size here on PTON.
Getting ready to take a partial here on SMCI. Let's go. Burn, baby, burn. Okay. Small trim here. Still got a massive position left. Let's see if we get a little bit more here. Microsoft coming right back down after I got out on my runners. That's okay though. We took a nice, huge. My target was the 408 print. As soon as I saw that, I took my money. Nice $2,100 day so far. Not bad. Let's see if we get a big move now on SMCI. I really, really, really want to see SMCI break down, and I'll take another 3,000 off. Let's go. Tesla's kind of bouncing. I'll wait. Come on, SMCI. I want a 28 print. Let's go. Wow, here it comes, guys.
Come on.
If we see 28, it'll be 27 in a blink of an eye, and I'm going to be ready for that dip to sell into that. Come on. Watching NVIDIA now, aim lower. I might add to Tesla here in a minute. Guys, SMCI, here it comes. 3, 2, 1, toilet. Let's go.
It's crumbling now. When does it become a deal, DVG? Unless it's just a total fraud.
No, I think it's gonna become delisted. I mean, this is not good. They're gonna get pulled off. Here's 28. All right, I'm gonna take a little bit more off here, guys. Wow, I'll take it. I mean, it's not a big, huge move, but I had a huge size on there, so I still got, decent sized position left. But I will.
Those of you that are in the CVNA trade here now, 242 on CVNA, 242 going to be the target here. We're looking really good to the upside now. Waited for this stock, waited for it because it's pulled back.
I like Google long here, potentially. Microsoft finding that 409.75, 409.75 is a big buy level. All right, I'm gonna leave SMCI on autopilot. I just took my last little piece of trim here. Can't lose. I cannot lose on this trade, guys. Absolutely love that. Let's see what Tesla's doing. Tesla, I will literally add at my entry. Coming up here in a moment. SMCI, bye-bye.
Oh, it's a shame, really. It reminds me of like Enron. It reminds me of back in the day where we had, okay, I'm going to take it off right here. Traders, CVNA, going to be a big trade for me here right at 241.50. I'm not going to wait for that 242, 241.60. I am out 3/4 of the trade. CVNA, that's a nice trade here. As posted, 239.20 entry now, 241.50, actually came out to 241.58 out of the trade now, CVNA. Okay, just 1/4 of the CVNA trade left. I am long Peloton right now, and I'm adding to full share size here, PTON at $8. Fast and furious morning so far.
All right, maybe we bounce here. I'm going to take a little bit more off SMCI. Don't want to give anything back. It's just a nice trade. I'll take it. I'm not getting huge rich off of it, but it was a big share size for me. I don't normally trade that large of a share size, but I had to go for it. I'm going to get out of Tesla here. Just came over the close. That was my stop loss. We pushed over it, so I'm out. Let's get out of the way there. Seeing a little bit of strength in a few names right now, namely Google. Google's doing really well.
Wow. Here's those of you that are on the CVNA trade here. All shares out right now. 246 was able to capture 7 points off the run here on the remaining shares here on CVNA. Man, that's going to really make my day right here. CVNA, nice, powerful move with volume to the upside.
Good trade, Scott.
Woo.
Wow.
Okay. Really like that one.
Watch the cues, guys. Be careful. Be careful. Cues are aiming lower now. Big breakdown. Now I'm not so interested in Google long anymore. I'm actually interested in just shorting everything. SPY now breaking down. I don't want to short NVIDIA, but maybe look at Meta here. Someone mentioned Meta earlier. Wow, big breakdown now, Meta. I think people are running for the hills right now. 486.09, next logical level on the cues. Do we bounce around on the way there? I'm sure. But we've got the big boys selling right now, folks. So be careful. Maybe I get a second chance here on Tesla. Same entry, 256.40. I'll wait. Markets are aiming lower in a pretty drastic way. Microsoft trying to hold up. Let's look at Apple. Apple reports this evening along with Amazon. All right, we're back into Tesla, guys. 256.40, same trade. Same stop will be at the close. If we bounce the close, I'll get out. So, the first one was a build position. Now I'm going to add a little more. I wanted to add under my 256.40 anyways. Let's see if we can get a proper move here. SMCI, literally about to get into 27. Thank you very much. Amazing. Guys, SPY breaking down now. I don't think we see this 575 range anymore. 572.88 next level on SPY, logical level based on the technicals. Guys, SMCI just broke 28. Let's go. Let's go. Loving that.
Okay, traders. Still on the PTON trade. I'm looking for trade number 4 for the day. Coin has failed down to the downside net. In fact, that could take out the pre-market high or pre-market low. Do I dare mess with Meta? Kev, I like your thought there. I mean, I think it's going to roll down, especially if it gets under 200. I'm going to post it under 200. Big, huge, monumental number here. A little bit of a risk because it's down so far, but I'm going to take small share size here on COIN under 200.
Here we go.
Big round number here.
All right, Tesla, let's go. I already made back my initial loss, so let's see if we can make a little more now. I want to see the pre-market low, so that's 255 and change. Well, let's just call it right at 255. If I see a 254 print, I'll take some off here. Here it comes. Here it comes. SMCI, I'm going to take a little bit more off of here. I'll leave 500 shares. Let's go. SPY now breaking. I talked about 572.88 is the next logical level. We're $1 away from that, guys. It's important to mark up your charts if you're not doing that. So I don't think we see a bounce until 572.88, and we're likely going to overshoot it. And we could continue down. It doesn't have to stop there. Here comes Tesla. 254 and change. Let's go. I'll take a partial there.
Go. Go, baby. Go.
Let's do this, folks. Let's see. PDD is just kind of chopping around, whatever. NVIDIA, big breakdown.
And we are absolutely smoking this coin trade now. Look at that huge number down here.
Wow.
And this is going to be a great day, DVG. Great day. 3 points right here at the 197. I'm covering off right here. 197.01, 196.99, 88, 82, 76, 50. I'm out right here. 60. 196.60, 3/4 of the trade out on coin. Man, absolutely smoking this morning. Absolutely smoking this morning. Oh, man.
Happy Halloween.
Could be one of the big, yeah, really. Could be trick or treat, baby. Could be one of the bigger days I've had in the last, say, quarter right now. Got the share size dialed in. And then, you know, regardless of the share size, traders, when you get a drop of 3-4 points, man, sometimes, I'll tell you what, DVG, sometimes when I see that move down, you know, I am, you know, and you load up your level 2, I'm just hitting the market sell button, you know, on the way down to add to the share size here, because you got the direction right, and it's going and it's going and it's going, and I'm taking off the rest of the coin here. I'm out all shares coin right here, 195.50, done with the trade. Wow, 4.5 points on that coin trade.
Awesome.
Woo. Thank you, Kev, for bringing that to my attention. I appreciate that.
I'm going to take a little bit more off of Tesla. I mean, I can be done right now. Big day for me. Big day. SMCI had a massive position. I mean, I'd never trade that much, that big a size. But now we've got Tesla printing. We've got the Qs. I grabbed some puts like I kind of normally done at the open here. I'm up 195% on those puts.
And it's awesome.
Pretty crazy.
Yep.
PDD kind of just nah. Not loving that one right now. It's kind of dancing right now, so I'll probably trim that up. But overall, talked about the second chance trades via Amir. If you guys remember that little mentoring session, but Tesla ended up working out. Took it for a few points. Now I just got the remaining shares left. Guys, AMD really just falling off a cliff right now. Markets are selling off. Markets are selling off. Guys, keep an eye on 572.88 on the SPY. We're approaching it now. Here's my concern. Next level for the Qs, 486.09. Under that, 484.25. Under that, yeah, you could argue 488, but I think we're going to start chasing that most highly traded zone. Does anybody remember that on the Qs? This ain't even a gold star. We have to maybe give a t-shirt away for if someone remembers. What's the most highly traded zone on the Qs? Anybody? Talked about it for like a month and a half. Well, no t-shirts? No t-shirts? All right. Nope. Not quite. Not quite, Tim. But thank you. Nope. There's the break on PDD. Finally. Jeez. Waiting all morning for that. Now I want to see a 117 print PDD. If I see a 117 print, it's a smaller position I have on PDD right now, but I want to see like a 115 print realistically. So because it's a smaller size, I don't mind hanging on, and we've had a brilliant day thus far. Scott, I think you might have outdone me with that coin trade though. That was beautiful.
I'll tell you what, it's been unbelievable, you know, and always that, you know, the one thing I wanted to say, we talk about it, not even jokingly, because it's true, you know, when DVG talks about paying yourself first, it's so important to realize that, you know, no matter where the stock goes, such as coin, did I get the very bottom? No. But did I sell into the strength of the move? Yes. Did I have a very profitable trade? Yes. And that's where you want to be, right? You don't want to sit here and wait and wait and wait. Oh, try to get the bottom, try to get the bottom. You don't know what the bottom is. So that's important.
Yeah, I'm watching Microsoft here, maybe to buy it. I don't know. I'm not sure what's going on here. I'm gonna wait. A day like today, I definitely don't want to go against the trend. The trend is down right now. You know, I was even watching Google potentially for a long as it was pushing higher above its 200. It literally started taking off, completely sold into. Carvana though, Scott, I know you took that one.
Yeah, and in fact, on the Carvana trade here, that was another big trade. And I'm also, the only thing I'm in right now is Peloton, PTON. And I just got word, Chris, yeah, DJT was halted here. So let's put that back up here from yesterday. Big move to the downside.
You know, I gotta say this. I know yesterday, I forget who it was. Maybe it was Paul. I know Paul likes to take some of his options trades with me, but we grabbed some, you know, next day expiration, $500 puts when Q was up at $500. So it was like literally at the money, and we made it. You know, I won't say a fortune, but some easy money on that. And I grabbed some puts this morning. I didn't post it just because I don't always talk about that, but kind of similar. Protect anything. If I thought, you know, markets turn around, great, I get out of the way. But my bias was to the downside. And I think I'm going to start employing this strategy more often, the use of options in the trade. So on the one hand, to protect any, you know, if I'm bullish, protect any downside momentum, and conversely, if I'm bearish, you know, maybe some calls. But today it was one direction for me, which was down. So I bought puts on the Qs, kind of thinking, oh yeah, if it moves down, it moves down, and it just hasn't stopped. So, you know, good news there. I'll probably take some off here. I think I may start using that more in my trading. Some cases to like make it a catalyst, right? If markets are in fact moving down, great, add more puts, or I think market's going to start to move higher right now, maybe get some call options, etc. But it's definitely been working out in my favor. And it's way less expensive. That's another thing. You know, a couple $1,000. Guys, Nvidia is down to $133 right now. Free fall. Wow. There's definitely more selling in the tank. I look at IV and where the price is. I obviously have my charts are pretty, you know, marked up the day prior. So the Qs and the SPY, I've got all kinds of levels marked there for key areas, Paul. Mark will tell you the MTA map. Yeah, in all seriousness, like, you know, oftentimes, so like with the Qs, I could buy them super cheap this morning for a 485 strike because I was looking at 486 being a high probability. 486.09 was the level I had marked. And I was watching the SPY. I was tempted to grab the SPY puts. I didn't. I just grabbed one, which was the Qs, because you saw the selling happen in names like Microsoft and Meta, even though they reported pretty stellar earnings. But 486.09. So for me, I could have grabbed the 486, but they were a little more expensive, and I didn't want to pay that premium, and they expire tomorrow. So the fact that I could pick them up for pretty cheap, obviously I'm really, you know, far out of the money based on the open for me, they were disposable, right? So if they moved even 15 cents in the wrong direction, I could just throw them away, right? So for me, it was like, risk $300 to make, 1,600. It's a pretty good deal. Yeah, I don't really like. Oh, here we go. Here comes the break, guys, on the Qs. Again, watch that 486.09 level. It's inevitable. I shouldn't say inevitable, but really high probability that's going to get hit now. I share my chart sometimes with you guys, but there's the levels are there for a reason. Anytime I have a level marked on my chart, there's a reason. It's high level of trading behavior. It's key levels on a daily, 4-hour, weekly, whatever it may be. I use different colors because they mean different things to me. But fundamentally, even for Microsoft, 409.75, I know is a big. There's a lot of buyers stacked up. Now, granted, you could give that a range, right, of 30 cents, right, either direction. So it just depends on how you trade. But then just underneath that, I actually have it marked at 408. Let me pull it up here. Mm-hmm. 408.69. And when I saw that level today, notice we went to 408.24. We overshot. As soon as I saw the 408 print, I'm like, thank you, pay me. And then where did we see the bounce? 408.68. So I was off by a penny. That's pretty darn close. So if I talk about kind of giving it that boundary. You got 409.75 to 408.69. It's about a point of where a lot of buyers show up for Microsoft to buy. If you start to break that level and you lose those buyers, it's over. So NVIDIA 134.59 for the longest time has been like the area to breach, aka get above. In theory, today that was supposed to become a floor. It's now a ceiling on NVIDIA. So if we're going to see a bounce in the market right now, NVIDIA 134.59ish, call it. If not, and we just see complete breakdown, I mean, NVIDIA could be down in the 120s. I don't know if it's going to happen. I still think this could be an opportunity to buy NVIDIA on the way down. But people are getting a little sheepish when looking at this kind of overall AI trade. A lot of it's kind of baked in. I do like Microsoft long down here. Again, Qs are super heavy right now. People are selling. I'm keeping an eye on Microsoft because, again, their report was pretty good. And I think some of what the CEO was saying was a little concerning, but I still think overall as a business, Microsoft just crushes. They're such a well-run business, so many ways to make money. Their cloud numbers were fantastic. So just collectively, I think there's other ways to look at it. So we'll get some people that are scared to get out of the way, and then probably some people to buy it up to 415. So I think there's 3 to 4 points left in this thing to the upside. I'm very tempted.
Look at DJT now. Wow.
Picasso, you short with me on PDD? Yeah, if we break that low a day on PDD, I'm gonna add. I shorted it yesterday. If you guys remember, it was like the trade that I did. I did that and a couple puts as I took off yesterday. I came back. I'm like, oh, we're green. Great, that works. TSM now.
Hey, yep. In DJT, where does it end? Right, that stock is down almost 10 points from the high from this morning. That's just, Chris. Is that I'm trying to look for the look for the news here on DJT, and I'm not really finding anything more than what we were on yesterday on DJT on the stock, right? So I don't know what's happening there. EVG, you see anything on yours at all on DJT?
Let me
It's
look.
all about the election. It's just based on volatility.
The only thing I'm seeing right now
on the election. It's just uncertainty on the election.
Yeah, I would say that has something to do with it for sure. Well, and markets right now are a little uncertain.
Yep.
Okay, guys, watching SPY here down. Go ahead.
I just want to address one thing. So I've had a couple of emails about, hey, what about trading in the afternoon sessions? And, you know, we met several times, DVG and myself, about, you know, how do we want to have this room open all day? And, you know, what do we charge? And what's the value behind that and things like that? So I got a couple of emails and said, hey, Scott, are you going to be trading in the afternoon sessions? And the answer is yes. You know, I'm a little bit displaced right now because of the 2 hurricanes. I'm on a, you know, I'm on a portable setup here with just a couple monitors instead of 4. So bear with us in that respect. But the idea is to trade hard the first couple of hours and maybe then have the last hour of the day to be able to come back and trade. We're also going to firm up the mentoring schedule here so that DVG and I also have a space here. We're going to do that twice a month on Wednesdays that Amir has been doing. So we're going to take over that. So those of you that are out there wondering, hey, listen, you know, I'm paying $144 a month or I'm paying for the yearly membership. You are, but the value, I mean, just in the 2 hours, 2.5 hours in the morning session here, I still feel is there. You know, we spend a lot of time preparing for the day. You know, we take care of Clifton and the rest of the team here. It's not a cheap show, right? So hang in there. You know it's going to get better. The calls are fantastic. We're you know, as an example today, it's been one of those days where it's just been absolutely killer. Again, like I always say, being a baseball nut, it's like base hit, base hit, base hit, home run, base hit, base hit, base hit, home run. We don't want to have a strikeout. We just want to be focused on these base hits, making some money. And then when you just put the pedal down, it's absolutely crazy. So yeah, and Jim, here's the deal with Aggie. We would love to have Aggie in the afternoon. The issue that we run into now is that Aggie is really focused on TEFS and is employed by TEFS, and her focus there is to grow the funded accounts program for TEFS and also do the open here in the 44 trading room. So we are going to be working towards and are right in the process of being a partner with TEFS. The trading room will remain 44 trading, and we'll continue to grow side by side. So if you're not in the United States of America and you have a funded account, and then you get involved in the trading room, this is the trading room that you're going to be in. So there's a lot more coming. It's just that I know everybody wants to have things done now. We would love to have Aggie back in the afternoon, but you have to understand, you know, Aggie works a full day with TEFS, and then what we want her to do is to come back into the room and work another full day. So she explained that yesterday, but she is going to have, once all this happens, she is going to have her own dedicated guidance room going forward. So Jim, we hear you, and we're working hard on that. So, but listen, back to making money. That's the important part here now. All right, DJT still halted for sure. Yep.
Yeah. So P2D just got halted. Sorry to want to interrupt you there, Scott. Here's a different hypothesis. Well, first and foremost, we talked about NVIDIA bouncing to 134.59. Literally took that right when I was talking about it. If it were to turn around right there, what was that entry around 133? So you would have made a point and change. To your point, Scott, like we try to make the best calls. obviously Scott, myself, Amir, like we all trade a little bit different, but fundamentally, like we all do our homework and try to share that with this community. So as we grow, we always appreciate the feedback. Appreciate all the traders here. That said, though, I'm looking at a different hypothesis right now, which is we're seeing rotation out of U.S. markets. Do we start seeing that move to alternative markets?
Yeah. So that, all of your comments, trust me, I get every one of them and I read every one of them, and all of them are helping us get to where we need to be. So don't stop. Anything that's on your mind, let me know. Let DVG know. You can reach any one of us. You can also reach Clifton as well. Give us some input. So that's real time too. So anything that happens, we try to address it right away. Seeing this bounce off the bottom now here on DJT still does not make me want to get into the stock at all. In fact, that PDD stock, I'm going to list it under 119 here to the downside. PDD short 119.
I'm out of SMCI, all out. I'm watching the SPY right now, 572.88. That's the bounce level. So we'll see an overshoot here. If we get back above it, we may see a bounce and more broadly in markets. If we continue to break down under this level, guys, we have room all the way down to 571.09. So this candle will complete. Here comes the Qs. I'm going to take a few more off the Qs here in a moment. Okay, my original target was 486.09 on a 485 strike. They are now printing $2.68, and I paid, let's just say, a lot less than that. Carvana's up at 250. Meanwhile, markets, look at this. Oof. The trade I missed today was AMD, which is fine. Apple, you guys know that one's been crushing me. But now to see it moving down to 227, it's just like kind of rips my heart out a little bit. Getting ready to take a few more off of the Qs here in a moment. And again, those were options. So printing 280 now. Okay, taking a few more off the Qs. Let's see if the SPY tries that 572.88 level. If it does, we'll probably see markets move slightly higher. It's you're looking at Meta. Let me pull it up. Yeah, that thing is bye-bye. Similar, I think you'd mentioned, I want to say it was AMD yesterday, kind of the same thing. The VWAP breakdown was kind of your key entry, that 582 area. I know it's, it's easier to say now that that level's already broke, but if you have your 200 EMA on, you'll see the bounce into that 579 1, 2, 3 times. 579 was the ideal short position. And it could have, technically could have turned around and then you could get out, to break over the VWAP. But yeah, this thing's going to be, downside is definitely there. I would say maybe down to 568, 69 maybe. but 570 is likely going to be a challenge for to break through. Only concern being, again, if you watch the SPY, 572.88, maybe that becomes the floor again, and we continue to bounce higher. 486.09 becomes the floor on the Qs, and we start to bounce higher. So you'd have to really mitigate some of your risk on that. Yep. So if anything, maybe watch that. If you don't have your 200 EMA, make sure. By the way, make sure you have all your after hours activated on your charts. That makes a difference. But have your 200 EMA up on Meta if you're looking at that. If you get above that 200 EMA, I think out of the two that reported, Meta and Microsoft actually had good earnings. But look at the price action. Nobody wants them, right? Carvana had good earnings, and it's up at 250, and it's holding, right? So don't bite the tape. We call those hero trades, going against trend, going against price action, trying to find the bottom, or in some cases find the top. If you're shorting. I have a tendency, I like to short some of the peaks if I can, if it's a level, and if it moves against me, I'm out of the way pretty quick. But again, watching NVIDIA trying to reach that 134.59 level, we talked about that becoming a floor or a ceiling. Does it start to move above that? Now it can move, 20, 30 cents and overshoot, sure, right? SPY now trying to get up to that 572.88 level. We're there now. Does that become an area of resistance, or does it now become an area of support? If you're bullish, you want to see that become an area of support. If you're bearish, you want to see that thing, someone sitting there. What's that game? Is it whack-a-mole? Right? Or it's like with a hammer, just knocking that price level lower. But I'm seeing, again, NVIDIA to 134.59. We talked about that when it was at, literally the low. I'm going to get out the rest of my Q puts here. Still a huge win on those. But so hopefully that makes sense, right? Like there's technical analysis, there's fundamental analysis, there's macro, there's sector. I mean, there's different ways of looking at it, but if you ask me, you really need the three, right? Fundamentals, macro, and technical. You have those three, you can, do some damage in markets in a good way. So, right now I'm watching these levels to see how they're going to behave for my next trade. I'm watching Microsoft at this 409.75. Does it continue to hold it? Yes. If it does, long, right? Assuming SPY and Qs continue to move higher. And watching names like NVIDIA, watching names like Meta, right? But if we start seeing a failure there, and we've seen this for months now, buy the dip, buy the dip, buy the dip, buy the dip. When is it going to happen where people stop buying the dip? I don't know. But when that day happens, it'll be big red, like 10% market red. Maybe not 10%, but big red day. Right now Qs are down close to 2%. We've had a limited number of those types of days in the last year. We had like maybe 2. Typically we had 5 to 7 per year, 2% move on the big indices. So fact of the matter is this year has been nothing but bulls winning. So can we get back 5%? Sure. Is that going to happen in a day? Probably not. But it's happened before. I don't know how long. For those of you who've been trading a long time, think of early 90s, early 2000s, 2008. All right, so now we were just talking about Meta attack, right? You see that bounce? Now you're back to the 200. That looks pretty bullish, right? Nothing but buying happening now. Look more broadly. Look at Microsoft now. Look at NVIDIA now. Things are looking like they're trying to move higher. I'm not convinced yet. but that's a lot of green candles in a row that are a little more dominant than the selling that was happening, right? It was steady selling, big buying, big buying, big buying. Is that people covering? I don't know. That's why I'm waiting for next trade. If it's going to be bullish, it'll likely be Meta or Microsoft. But they're 50-50 levels right now for me. Shorty, the VWAP. Are you saying short the VWAP reversals? You're saying, Jim? As in wait for the VWAP to get tagged and then short it? Yeah, got it. Okay. Well, here's kind of what I find fascinating. And again, I don't want to take Scott's charts down, but 134.59 on NVIDIA. Okay, so level I have marked. The beauty of algos and the technical side of things, the VWAP is like almost right at the exact same level today. So I know that's an important level. I've had that level marked now for a while. And it just happens to coincide with the VWAP. I mean, that's kind of, I don't say serendipitous, but it's, it's funny how it works out that way. What I think may start to happen though. Go ahead. Sorry, Scott.
Yep, go ahead. I'm just saying no trade on PDD as I was looking at it.
I think we're going to see rotation into names in the China stocks. So I know we talked about Yin, YINN. This is a swing trade that I'm building over time. I don't mind adding at these levels, but I have a feeling people are kind of getting reticent on some of these names here in the U.S. markets, and I could be wrong, right? Which is totally fine. But this Yin trade is going to be more of like a longer term swing for me for the next couple of weeks to see if that in fact happens, right? We do have. Let's look at earnings again for today. Amazon, Intel, Microsoft, Atlassian, and U.S. Steel, so X. And then tomorrow, before the open, we're going to see Chevron and Exxon report. This morning, we did have COP report, ConocoPhillips. You see how they're looking. I would say that looks pretty good. So maybe that's a glimpse into what Chevron and Exxon's reports are going to look like, which are the upside. I don't usually like to trade before earnings, but maybe some rotation into oil and some rotation into other countries. I'll tell you one thing. If we see a new low of day, do not buy the dip.
Yeah, I don't think so either. I think we're going to have that continued downside.
Jim, I think I'm going to make that a t-shirt, Shorty the VWAP reversals.
Yeah.
All right, Microsoft now below that 409.75. Do I short this again? I don't know. I might do a small size. I'm going to nibble on Meta again. You guys know I like to short that stock. I'm going to put an order out there for 578. Don't forget the finder's fee. I'll have you work with Clifton, Jim. Send you all the invoices for the trades.
Yeah, there's the Meta trade in the upper right corner now. You know, one of the things, though, I mean, think about what if Trump was to win? What would the DJT stock actually do? I mean, I know it's a gamble, right? But
is that a question or just throwing it out there?
I think if he wins,
the real question is, does it become a
it's going to skyrocket.
Like that's the question I have, right? Is like you've got Meta, you've got X, right? You've got a bunch of these platforms that already exist. So like, what's the reality that DJT becomes like a real contender? I don't know.
Yeah. Yeah, and like Vest says, you know, is there any income? Is it an actual company with income, or is it just really a shell stock for the campaign and for him?
Right. Guys, watch out. I think the SPY is going to crack lower. Somehow I got filled. It's a really small position, guys, on Meta. Just I'm being, transparent here. It's really, really small. I'm actually watching Carvana for a short. It has room all the way to 261.78, but the SPY is about to break the low of day. And again, like I said, I think we break that low of day on the SPY, Qs will follow, and we're going to have to wait for more downside. Microsoft now breaking the low of day. I was watching that for a 50-50. Do we move higher or lower, favoring the downside? But it's now on its way. Ooh, Carvana. There's a 46-cent spread on a $200 stock. Yikes. Yikes.
Seth, happy Halloween, my friend. Enjoy. We'll see you tomorrow morning.
Right on, Seth. I shout out to Seth. You know what? I really, he's been a great trader. Comes in here, puts in the work, takes a few trades, and then he's out of here by usually 10:30, maybe 11. So again, we talk about the trader's lifestyle, being able to trade, etc. Some days, look, there's inside days. We've all experienced them. I don't like inside days because they usually mean that's how you're going to lose money. But in days like today, right, get your direction right, make a couple trades, bank your profits, and then go do whatever's next. You have a business to run, do that. If you have day job, do that. Guys, here comes Meta. I'm going to wait. I'm under 576. I'll add a little more size. Again, it was a baby size trade anyway, so I'm not going to get too excited just yet. Yeah, Steve, you nailed it. That's he made $6 billion on his paper gains. $6 billion. That's with a B.
Who's that? Trump?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So if he sold it, that he makes $6 billion. Now, granted, that was when it was a lot higher. That's changed. Guys, under 576, I'll add on Meta. This SPY breakdown is pretty bad.
Does it continue?
I mean, I think so. I think the Qs want to go and play in the 476 area again. That's 10 points
we're
away.
down almost 400 on the Dow right now, and 300 on the 400 on the Nasdaq, almost 300 on the Dow.
Yeah, I think it has a real, like, it may not happen today. If it does happen today, wow, that's a devastating day for a lot of folks. But I do think by next week, for sure, it's a probability. You know, we've got election on what, the 5th, right?
Yep.
Guys, Q's now at the lows. Here we go. Added to our Meta short. It's hack. Hopefully you're following along on that one. I actually pulled up Meta because of you. So thanks for bringing it up. I had it up on my screen just watching it on the levels, but it helped me figure out, like, okay, I know where my stop would be. It wasn't a huge position. Now we're adding to the trade as it goes lower. But the principle's still the same. We bounce higher, I'm going to get out of the way. I'm not going to fight the tape. But I'm watching the Qs. I'm watching the SPY. They're all aiming lower. Microsoft's aiming lower. NVIDIA's aiming lower. Right? Google just broke its 200 EMA. It's on its way down. So TSM kind of holding that low day as well. So it's giving me a higher level of confidence to short a stock than go long a stock, right? And the key is now I'm watching the Qs down at 486.09 because I know that's a level. Like, what do we do there? Realistically, we should break through it. Like, hopefully this doesn't become a double bottom at a random spot, right? At this 486.50 area. But it could. We've known the bulls to be pretty tricky last month or so. Here comes the big sellers. Carvana 247. I'll nibble. 247. Small size. I'm going to add more to Meta short. Here we go. I want to see a 573 print, and I'll take 3/4 of my trade off. And that's my day. T-shirt philosophy rules. LOL. Yeah, baby. Nice, Jim. Right on. If 243 prints on Carvana, I'm going to wait for a 230 print, like 239, 238, whatever it turns into. It's pretty, smaller position, so I'm not gonna get rich off of this one. I would like to see Meta breakdown though. That could be a nice trade. TSM down, Google down, AVGO down, Microsoft down. Wow, Microsoft down 407, 406.90 now. Oof. Come on, Meta. I'll take 3/4 of the trade, and if we break 472.50 and head lower to that 470 print on Meta, great. But I want to see a 473 ideally print before I take 3/4 off. I'll probably take it off a little early, as I tend to do, and I don't mind. Right? Like, the only trade I really kind of held on to, which was a little bit scary even for me, was SMCI, just because I had a massive position. I normally don't trade that large a size. But, you know, worked out.
Traders, if you're in the final trade for me today is this PTON trade, and I'm coming out of all shares right now. Again, this is the trade that we went at earlier, came back in and did the same thing. So you don't always get a second chance at a lot of the stocks. Usually it's a one-time breakout. But when you have a stock like Peloton, a stock that kind of repeats the pattern and starts to break out once again, a lot of times when you have that up and down motion, that's just going to really hurt you in the long term, because you can't get any of that solid pattern, that solid move up or solid move down. But in this case here, solid break over the VWAP. And that's one of the things here that just wanted to talk about here. Any type of VWAP strategy on the breakout usually takes care of itself. For instance, if you look at PDD on the way back up, that entry over here to the right on the PDD trade, puncturing through the VWAP line and going higher. Same thing here with Peloton. You could say the same thing for Meta on the downside, moving through the VWAP line. So it is a great strategy. It does work, and it's something that we should continue to pay attention to.
All right, this is the last candle on Meta. I see it continue to green. I'm going to trim up. Nice winning trade, but don't want to give too much back. All right, trimming up here on Meta. Carvana is such a small position that literally my stop will be the high of day. 10 shares, nah. But if I see a break under that 244, I might hit it for half size. We'll see. And you might be asking, well, why short that thing? It's been a monster. It moved higher, great earnings, right? 50% retracement, 235 round number is a big level for Carvana in the past. So I kind of want to see it test those levels again. All right, so a huge spike, 50% retrace down to 232.28, which is exactly where the 200 EMA is. We bounced off of that. I think that's right where Scott got in. Banked, what'd you bank? 7 points on that, Scott? All right, Meta, come on. Last chance. Let's go. Follow the cues. Start to look like Microsoft's chart. For those of you guys watching in video, we talked about 134.59. We overshot to 134.75 and have now completely just sold off. Markets have a tendency to do that. They'll overshoot an area, which is why normally you'll see me have like rectangles on my charts, because it's give or take a few cents, right? Look at that Tesla. Coin is about to fall off a cliff right here. Coin looks really bad right now. TSM kind of in the same boat. Let's look at Tesla. Hey. Oof. Yeah, I got tagged on the. I took my partial. If you guys remember short Tesla, but we got tagged out of the runners. And I didn't make a ton of money on that trade, but best look, man. I don't even think it matters for INTC at this point. INTC is probably the least loved chip stock right now out of all of them. Well, maybe SMCI took took that torch. But yeah, Intel, even if they do beat, like performance-wise, it hasn't been a big moving stock. You know, maybe it gets up to $30, maybe. Like that would be amazingly best case, but I don't know. Intel's has not been a fan favorite amongst investors for a while now, which is pretty wild if you think about it. I don't know about you guys, but Intel got Intel chips in a lot of my computers, and I think that's the rub. You know, you've got a name like NVIDIA who started off just making GPUs for gamers, and now they're the future, right, of AI because it's of its multimodal compute power. Especially when you start hearing about neural networks. I don't know if you guys are familiar with AI that much, but if you are, large language models are basically, you know, machine learning algorithms that are designed to understand language, hence large language models. But when you look at different types of neural networks, that has a difference of like, you know how people use like a camera to detect like, is it a cat or not, right? That's when it really starts getting fascinating. You need a lot of compute because all of it's video or image. And there's a lot of different machine learning algorithms around that stuff today, but there's a lot of them that you don't know about. Frankly, names like Palantir, right? We're using that in like defense, military, etc. Those applications are not going to be available for, you know, consumer benefit for a while. But I think of like, you know how you're able to scan a check and deposit it with banks? That's using computer vision, but it's OCR, so optical character recognition. So it pulls images off of a preset box because most checks look identical, or forms for that matter. So you can extract that data using optical character recognition. And then, you know, with a certain level of accuracy, 80, 90, 95%, you usually want to see 90+% to be a model that's usable. And now you're able to deposit checks. Well, that's a use case technically using machine learning, and you could argue AI. No one talks about that. But how long have you been taking pictures of checks for banks, right? I mean, you kind of expect that feature now, right? But I think the uses of that, especially for the names like, you know, Google or Meta, those applications can be humongous. Because think about how many images you post of you and your friends or family on Facebook or Instagram or whatever. Well, now you can use those neural nets to detect either A, where you're located, outside the fact like you may not even report your GPS, but it might be able to detect, let's say, a building in the background, and know where you are and add some explanation of where you're at and then give you an example of that. So for a consumer, it makes it fun, more easy to use. Like, oh, hey, look, I didn't even know. I just took a picture and it says, hey, I'm here in Siena, Italy, right off the Amalfi Coast or what, you know, whatever. And here's a description. And then boom, now you have a post. So for creators, it could become, you know, important. Obviously, it's a random example, but it's kind of important to note. Like this technology is just getting started, but it's expensive to use. And then you have to ask the question, well, what does that mean dollar-wise? Like, does Meta make money off of that? In that example I post, you know, I made a post and then gave you a description and now you can make content quicker. Well, I don't know. I don't know if you guys saw Adobe's most recent thing. That's pretty wild. There's, you can have a video clip. Let's just say you're driving and you're videotaping your car and then you stop the clip. Maybe it's a 10-second clip and you want it to be 20 seconds. Well, Adobe has this capability now where it'll finish a 20-second clip based on, you know, maybe you were driving around a corner and it'll make it look like you continue that drive around the corner. It's pretty wild. But it's stuff like that where, okay, great. What does that mean for dollars? Well, if you're a creator, Adobe's going to benefit from that in their software. Anyway, I digress. Sometimes I get going on my rant, guys. Hopefully it helps. I don't know. I never know, but hopefully it's just sharing knowledge, I guess. Yeah, I'm not going to get excited about Carvana yet. I mean, I need to see it break under, like I said, about that 244 area. We might get it. It's coming into the VWAP right now, but I want to see a 243 Brent, and it might like spike down. If it does, I mean, I'm not going to add. I want to see like an actual solid bar to the downside. It's kind of moving pretty slow. So watching the SPY now. SPY is about to, I think, go see what the 571.09 level looks like. Meta, I don't like how what it's doing right here. I may trim up Meta. And of all things, guess what level it's at, right? That 577 level we've been talking about for a while now. Guys, coin is in trouble. I didn't short coin, but I think it's 190 on the way, 191. 191, let me see what I have marked up at. 191.16, I want to say. Yeah, 191.16, the level I have right now. Makes the most sense to go test that level again. That wasn't too bad. Did that off of memory. Guys, Q's down, breaking down. Here comes Meta. Let's go.
Yeah, bigger move now here on the Dow, down 326. Nasdaq's down 405 points here this morning. So this is that pullback, and I don't know. I think depending on how the election goes, tomorrow's going to be a Friday session. Depending on how the election goes, it's going to be a little iffy here with this market. We got earnings can help. Earnings can help dig us out, but who do we have tonight, DVG? The bigger earnings. Let me look here.
We've got Amazon, Intel, Apple, and US Steel. I mean, there's a couple other names, but
yeah, so big time move today. I mean, overnight this lost day could be wiped out. We'll have to wait and see.
Yeah. Here comes Meta. Whee! Wow, these Qs. All right, I'm gonna take last little bit. I'm gonna leave 2 contracts left on the Qs here. They're now at $3. Unbelievable. We're talking about Carvana that dipped down to 244. I knew it was going to happen quickly. I was too slow on the draw there. Meta now.
There you go.
Let's go. All right, I'm going to take some off of Meta here. See if we get. I'll let the rest run. I don't even care about those anymore. Let's see it break the 571 area. This is not good.
Nope. Not good for the overall Nasdaq, that's for sure. Looking around now.
Yeah. I mean, TSM down, Google down, coin just broke. We're talking about that one. There was a free trade. I didn't take the trade, obviously, but you guys are watching that. That's like free money. Yet again. Tesla now at the low day. Nvidia in big trouble. I mean, I think if we lose this right where it's at now, $1 easy. The downside easy minimum.
Yep, I agree, Evo.
AVGO.
Take care. We'll see you in the morning.
Evo,
Jeez.
high five to discipline for you, my friend. Very well done.
Yeah.
Kev's looking at NVIDIA under 133.50. Yeah, give yourself a little room though. NVIDIA can bounce pretty vicious. I like this TSM trade. It's slowly just all day. It's just been inching lower. Guys, there's the break on the SPY. 571.09. We talked about being that level. We overshot it just now, but I don't think we're turning back. That's a wrap. The question is, how low do we go? Qs are now 2.2% to the downside, y'all. It's a big day to the downside. Meta. Where's that? Where's the noise? There we go. As for the Meta trade, let's see if I get the big break now on Carvana. If I see a 244 again, I'm even 245. I'll take some. Tesla now at 252, moving lower. Nvidia on its way. I think we see the low of day on Nvidia coming in a minute. Microsoft 405 is a big level, so does that become a reality or does it turn into 403? Watching the SPY bounce at 571.09. I don't think it's going to hold that though. I paid under $1 for these 485 put options. They're now worth $3.22. Coulda, shoulda, woulda. Yeah, Bess, that's just it. You said one day losses take a week to gain back. There's an old saying, stairs on the way up, elevator on the way down. We're seeing that today. But what's kind of terrifying is where does all this money go now? That's the real question. Do we see even more of a concentration in the AI names? Do we see defensive plays start to happen? I.e., oil, banks, etc., kind of the traditional investment strategy. Heck, even bonds. There's the break on Meta finally. I'm going to take some off here at Meta. Huge trade there. I'll take it. Perfect timing. Let's see. We've talked about it a couple times. The two The two market leaders you want to see for markets to continue a strong bullish trend higher: tech and financials. Pull up financial stocks today, pull up tech stocks today. And what do you see? Ocean of red. So, I actually was looking at GS earlier today. I wanted to short it, but expensive, right? All right, y'all. Here comes CBNA. Wait for it. Here comes the countdown. Under 243, I should see it maybe, I don't know, 240 to 239 area. And if I do, I'm gonna bank the whole thing. The countdown, yeah. 3, 2, 1, right? Do we have anybody here from the UK? Curious. Here we go, Carvana. Anybody take coin short? There's Carvana. Ta-da! Finally. All right. Let me take a little bit off here. In 3, 2, 1. Oh, okay. There we go. Took some off of there. Thank you very much. Anybody else take that trade with me? Carvana? Short? Anybody?
Very,
Had
very
to make
nice.
4 points.
I'll tell you what, killer, absolutely killer trade. Traders, I've got to run early. DVG is going to take you to the bottom of the hour. I'll see everybody back tomorrow morning. You know what, DVG, one of my best days in a long time here, and we just nailed it this morning. Continue to do it, and again, base hit. You got that home run ball served up. Got to take advantage of it. So appreciate everybody's time. Thank you everybody on YouTube for hanging out with us, posting your trades, and being part of the community. If you want to come into this room, like I always say, 7-day free trial. You come check us out each and every day. So just got to scoot out a little bit early today. I'll see everybody again tomorrow morning for a Friday session. It should be outstanding. This week is going to be fantastic financially. So thank you so much. Traders, we'll see you tomorrow. Thank you, DVG, for taking over. Appreciate what
you got. Well, happy Halloween and be safe. All right, y'all. Well, Meta timed that exit perfectly. Carvana, I don't even at this point let the rest go, like to the downside. Goldman Sachs, I would say another missed trade. Coin, another missed trade, and AMD. Those were kind of the three I really wanted to short today. Oh well, coulda, shoulda, woulda, right? No big deal. I'm going to get out of the rest of my Meta position here, just because we had a nice move to the downside, got paid on it. Awesome. Carvana, we literally just nailed it. I mean, can it go lower? Sure. I'd love to see it, 235 print would be amazing, but let's not get greedy, right? Got paid on that one. Amazing. Goldman Sachs, though, guys, I want to short this thing. Problem is, it's trading pretty low volume today, so I won't touch it. But what a move to the downside. I liked it at this 525 level. We opened up right around that area, and then we peaked out at exactly 525, and it's just tanked. Right? Here comes Carvana. More money. Let's go. Coin, there's that 191.16. What did we hit that on the nose? No, 191.04. Okay. Oh, 190.16. Sorry, still got a ways to go. Carvana, though, what's that, guys? Almost 6 points. Even on a baby trade, that's a good trade. No? Anybody take that trade with me? Oh man, coin is in big trouble, y'all. Wow, coin. Did anybody take coin? Please tell me somebody did. You know, I wanted to short it, but it's so volatile. I was even like checking out the options chain. It was just like super expensive. That and MSTR. I'm actually going to pull up MSTR. Let me see what that looks like. MSTR moving down. Yeah. But their earnings were terrible. And you would think with Bitcoin moving to all-time highs, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, the coin would benefit from it. So here's the take. That means that the big boys and big folks, we'll say, boys and girls, are buying the actual, Bitcoin futures, not via, coin wallets, aka the retail trade that, propped up coin to get to, let's say, 30 to 40,000. It's all institutions now up at that level. So if that doesn't scare you, should. But what that also tells me is a direct reflection of coins independent of, like, it basically is now no longer a correlated representation of Bitcoin. Meaning, like, Bitcoin could be at 73,000 and coin could be at $130 because they're so reliant on fees for retail traders to get in and out of crypto. So that decline in fees is having obviously an impact on their business. And it's because institutions can buy the futures directly. So, it's hack? No way. Good for you, my friend. Here comes the SPY breakdown. Deeper cut now. Q's now, deeper cut. If we get to 476 today, guys, that would be unbelievable. Do not buy anything. Not right now. Cue the disclaimer. I would not be buying a thing. SPY under 570, guys, this thing is going to tank if it gets under 570. No way. Non-stop selling? Is that what we're doing today? I'm going to get out of Carvana completely. It's a nice trade. Very nice trade. Best, I'd say it's more than that. It's hack, nice job. My FRNS. I don't know what that means. This hack, sorry. Tesla looks very weak, question mark. Yeah, but you know what? So 251.60 is a support level for Tesla. Obviously, running right into that. Markets are trying to bounce. I wouldn't be buying that though. I'd be looking for a potential better entry. Maybe we pop a little bit here to 52.5-ish. I don't know. You'd want to see some more conviction to the downside before shorting it. Otherwise, I mean, you could do it here. You just have to be careful on your, managing the trade, basically. Qs, guys, breaking a new low, Qs, SPY, new low. Everything just falling off a cliff right now. falling off a cliff. And you can even see like retail traders trying to like step into Microsoft, trying to step into Meta, and it's just not working. So I think institutions have to get out of the way before retail tries to buy this up. Don't get caught buying the falling knife. It's a validation on levels if you're looking to go long right now. For example, if you were like, oh, I want to nibble on Meta, right? Then you're looking at 567. Maybe you don't get there, right? But if you start buying it now, 572, then you run the risk of getting stopped out at 570, right? The SPY is not stopping. It's going straight down. It's a pretty ugly chart, actually. And great if you're short, which many of you are. Good day, friends. It's okay, cool. Yeah, right on. Microsoft Meta did kill a mark today. I'm on PA70. Wow. ABGO toilet. NVIDIA kind of consolidating here. It's going to make a move right now, up or down, very soon. Tight consolidation here. Do we continue the distribution or do we see some accumulation? I don't know. But by the look of SPY and the Qs, I don't think selling is going to stop right now. 569.10 is the next level I have, guys, on the SPY. Otherwise, 571.09. So if you were trying to get long, you'd want to see conviction of making a new, the floor being at 571.09 on SPY. 484.25 is the level below 486.09 on the Qs that I have. Obviously, cue the disclaimer. Mark the charts how you deem fit, right? Yeah, Bess, I think it's more than that, though. I think that the growing concern is twofold. So, obviously, this week we did have some earnings, right? Alphabet, AMD as well. Alphabet, their cloud number just unbelievable, right? Crushed it. AMD, nightmare of a report. I think I asked the question yesterday, if you guys remember what that, I would say my biggest concern was on AMD. Sorry, I'm looking at some of the stuff here, guys. So the big one for me was free cash flow. So free cash flow on AMD was at 496 million, and the estimate was 1.18 billion. So, I mean, that's horrible. There's your bounce in the markets. Again, watch 471.09 on the SPY if you're looking to get bullish. And then who was it talking about Tesla? This is kind of why. Again, having these levels are important, but seeing, like, we need to see some validation. Like, if you're trying to get bullish, we need to see this, be a real level. From what that looks like, it could have been like a massive short position that just covered. So I wouldn't get bullish just yet. Yeah, Bess, exactly. Well, you think about it. You got elections next Tuesday. You've got bond yields like scorching new highs almost every day, it seems like. The growing concern around this quote unquote AI trade is starting to unravel a little bit because there's some uncertainty, right? Meta's, I'd say, big miss was their user base didn't grow. And they talked about having additional CapEx expenditure in AI, which you would think would benefit the chips, et cetera. But after AMD's, less than stellar performance, you're seeing a retreat in those names because they're going, okay, it's a sympathy play. Like, if you're going to own a chip name, you probably want NVIDIA, right? Because they've proven time and time again their earnings have just crushed, right? And they've grown into those earnings. Technically, the price of that stock is cheaper than a lot of the other chip names. So I think that when it comes to those chip names, we're going to likely see a higher level of concentration in names like NVIDIA. I think one of the concerns I have, even with Apple's report this evening, will be any mention. So I don't know if you guys watch QRVO's earnings. There's one that it's not really as big of a highlight, but QRVO is a big supplier for Apple. In fact, like I think 90% of their business, some huge number of the business comes from Apple. And so as a supplier to Apple's technology, they had a really bad report. And then you have to look more broadly. Well, who else supplies Apple? That's why I was short ARM yesterday, right? In fact, let me see what ARM is doing today. Qualcomm is also a. Oh, that's too bad. ARM guys, that was pretty big short position yesterday. I hate when I'm early to trades like that. Literally a day late. I've been up like 12 points today. Come on, that hurts. But like, look at Qualcomm. They also a big supplier for Apple. Same thing. We shorted Qualcomm yesterday. I'd say the smart investors got out of the way of those things like as soon as they saw the QRVO trade. Right. Once that earning report came out, they were dumping their positions on the additional suppliers because they're a sympathy play. So it's important to know kind of those relationships when you're seeing, especially in earnings, what's coming up. So you have all these things kind of swirling around, and you have elections next week, which is pause for concern a little bit because right now, a lot of the run up into this week was that basically it was like it looked like a Trump win, like how they were putting everything together. And so if that starts to unravel with elections next week, we're going to see a lot of the trade that's been built up the last 2 weeks, dissipate a bit. So seeing it all happen in a day, though, like that to me is, as traders, that's what makes this amazing, right? By the way, we talked about Tesla 252.5. It hit that almost on the dot, didn't it? Where did it go? 252.30, and now it's dumping. Anyways, I digress. Sometimes I'll get on these rants, and I never know who I'm talking to. And then I see people leave. So when I see people leave when I'm talking about that stuff, maybe I'll just keep my commentary to myself. But trying to be mindful of our community, care about you guys. Hopefully, y'all are making money. It's a great day to be making money today. Let's see. Yeah, right on. Well, there's sympathy plays, and then there's like, if you're tied to a business. I think Apple's it's gonna be a big deal tonight. I'll definitely be watching that. And as you guys know, I went 0 for 5 on shorting Apple. And of course, the day that I'm not, 2 days. The 2 days I chose not to short Apple, I'm not in the trade, and it's printing lower, which you could get emotional about it, or you could just kind of shake your head and chuckle, which is what I'm doing. Just because it's a little frustrating, but it's also comical because like I want to short that thing is at 235, 236, and every time I did it was like, oh, let me just I'll give it a 50-cent stop. Boom, stopped, and then we see it doing what it's doing today. It's just kind of like, all right, you're laughing in my face. I have to do the same back to you. But I think if Apple starts, if they have good earnings report and there's a favorable outcome on, namely the iPhone 16, you'll see these names like Qualcomm, maybe TSM, maybe. Broadcom, likely, AVGO. You'll see a little bit of a pop in those names. But like today, like pull up AVGO for a second. Humor me, right? Look at that. That is a, how much risk do we have here? Great. Let's reduce our risk by 5% on that name. And everybody did it. You look at TSM, I'm just, by the way, I'm going from the open. People are getting out of the way about 2.5%, 2 to 3%. TSM, I think, benefits from building chips at home because they're building those facilities in Arizona and they've got a ton of money, you know, grants, we'll say, to build in Arizona. However, where are they headquartered, y'all? It's in their name, Taiwan Semiconductor. Growing tensions, geopolitical issues, right? Like, so there's risk like all over the place right now, but that's what makes it such a benefit to trade. You can trade around the risk or trade with the risk, right? And when I look at names like AVGO, people want out of that. They want out of that name because it's tied to Apple. Qualcomm, they want out of that name because it's tied to Apple. Yet for some reason, Apple today, for example, is only down 1.5, well, yeah, about 1.5%. But it's pretty obvious why it's only down 1.5% because they have earnings tonight. I think Meta is going to have an opportunity to buy down the road. I personally don't think Meta's worth $550. Heck, I don't even think it's worth $520. You know, I think that stock is probably worth, I don't know, 290 to 350 maybe. So I think it's definitely a little overvalued, but I mean, I'm not here to argue with it. I'll trade it. Next trade. I digress, y'all. Let's find some trades. All right, I think we might get a little subtle bounce on markets. So if you're looking to get long, you treat it as a scalp. So if you want Tesla, probably not a bad one. Again, you're probably looking at maybe a point and a half on Tesla. Obviously, you could get more, cue the disclaimer, right? But I'm going to keep an eye on Microsoft here. If I see anything in the 405 print, we might get there. I kind of like it at these levels. This is a hero trade. I don't highly recommend it because we're going counter trend, trying to go long off these levels. But if I see anything in the 405 handle, I may nibble a small long position on Microsoft. In fact, I might even do it here. Darn it, I might have been too late. Let's do it. 408.90. Nope, 408.80. Okay, I'll be able to, okay. Sorry, 406.80. 406, okay, good. Okay, 406.80. I'm gonna put it out there. So we get filled. Aha, gotcha. Small position, you guys. Let's go. Let's see what else. What are you guys taking a look at, y'all? Again, Tesla right here. This is the 251.50 area is probably an area to start nibbling. I'm going to add Microsoft here. Again, it was a small position, adding a little more. I'd like to get to at least like, you know, maybe 100 shares. We'll see. So I won't have a ton of risk. The stop loss on it will be just below day. So if we snap down lower, I don't care. I'll be out. It's a pretty small position. Because we banked profit. I don't want to give anything back. Yeah. All right, guys, you ready? Watch the SPY. We talked about 571.09. Needs to become a floor. We tried it once, broke lower, no surprise. But we didn't tag the low of day again. So we're trying to find some strength in the markets. 471.09. If that level holds and we push higher above 471.40, you can expect markets to move higher. Out of all my short positions right now, only position I have long right now is Microsoft. I'm watching Tesla as well. Carvana, thank you for the money. I'm out of there. Let's see. Coin, I still like short, but it's really hard for me to get in there. I could bounce 4 or 5 points and take me out pretty fast. All right, guys, it's go time. If you guys like Meta, now's the time. Just under 572. If you get over 572, you should take off along with Microsoft. I'm going to add a little more here. If we get above 407.5, I'll add a little more. I think markets will try to turn around a little bit here, guys. Again, this would be for a scalp. So I'm not looking to get, 425 on Microsoft. Could it happen? Sure, but I'm not here for that. I'm here to make some money real quick. Guys watching Tesla here. Here comes the boomstick. Straight up. Watch the SPY, guys. We're running right into the 55 SMA on the SPY, which means 572.88 becomes a possibility if we get up over 571.50-ish, 55. Should see it push to 572.88. So therefore, you asked why I'm long. That's why I'm long. Let's see if we get a bounce. There goes Tesla. There goes the move on SPY. I don't want to call it a breakout. We're just getting a nice little relief here. I want to see, I'd love to see 409 and change on Microsoft. That would be cool. 2 points. A little over 2 points. I think we should get it. Q's now 46.09. There's the level. We're there now. Needs to start looking like the SPY. They start getting in the lockstep, guys. Be on the lookout for a bounce on the markets. I wouldn't be holding this into the close though. Personally, obviously, do what you want. Cue the disclaimer. It's your money. Risk it however you want. Right? Guys, here comes Microsoft. I'm waiting. A big pop's coming. Yeah, baby. Load him up. I see a big buyer. Let's see if he moves his position. Come on. Come on. Drop it on there. 408 and change. I will take some off. Let's go. Come on. 408.80 would be amazing. I mean, come on. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Print, baby. Ed, if you got in at 251.60, that's the number, my friend. We talked about it, right? 251.5, 251.60 area. So good for you. Again, I'd be looking for a 253.5, maybe. Take your first partial. Do what you want, right? I always say cue the disclaimer because look, guys, it's your money. Do what you want. Short SMCI. Let me see. SMCI. I would wait. Right now, you got markets moving up. SMCI people trying to find a quote unquote deal, right? Buying it at 27, 28 bucks. And it used to be $1,000, aka $100 bucks, because that 10-to-1 split. I would wait. There's still fear of it being delisted, which is what I think is next. Guys, here comes Microsoft, Tesla moving now. Look for I'd say anywhere near 253. I'm gonna get the move here now on Microsoft. Let's see. Let's go. Anywhere 408.5. I'll take 3/4 of my trade off. We're adding into that winning position slowly, just pumping it. Let's see if we get our move now. Let's see. Trade tricks. How long is it about? Yeah. Hey, been trade tricks. Haven't seen you in a while. Well, I've seen your name. I just haven't seen you post in a while. You good? Right on. Yeah, that VWAP. Let's see what it does at VWAP SMCI, guys, specifically. You'd want to see it maybe bounce, maybe consolidate there off the VWAP and then push higher. Worth noting, your 200 EMA is just overhead at 29.21. Call it 29.20. I mean, give or take a couple cents, guys. But that's kind of where your overhead's going to be. If you get above that level, you can count on a nice push, likely into the 30 print on SMCI. First, I'd be looking for, some of that buyer exhaustion to step in around that 29.5, 30 maybe. Oh, don't slow down now, Microsoft. It's time where you step on the gas. Let's go. So structurally, if you guys pull up the SPY right now, 1 minute, this is a good thing. You just saw this SPY move back to 571.10. I talked about 571.09. Again, give it a couple cents, right? But you saw it come back, test that level, find buyers, now trying to push higher. Okay. Qs, same thing. 486.09 is the level. We saw it move just above it, come back, break it. Unfortunately, so that tells me that the Qs are a little weaker than the SPY, right? But now if we see validation for the SPY to move higher and the Qs to move higher, we can count on an upward leg. Again, it's no guarantee, but you're just looking at the game of probability now at this point, right? So if you see those things happen, and right now we're in the Microsoft trade, which I'm about to take 3/4 of the trade off. Let's go. A little more. Let's see a little bit of exuberance. 480, 408.80 would be amazing if I can hit it on this trade. If we get anything more than that, I'll let the runners print it for me. Okay. Who's in on Tesla? 253.59. One big spike coming. Pow. All right, y'all. Getting ready to take 3/4 of my trade off on Microsoft. Beautiful, beautiful winning trade. Easy money. Easy money. All right. I got my 408 print. I'm good with that. I'm going to let the rest go. We've got a small position running now. It's on autopilot. I can care less. I'm going to go back to my entry. I'll be good. All right. Let's see. Ed's in. Sorry, I think Ed, I'm reading this a little delayed. So Ed, you're in Tesla. Cool. Right. You're right about your entry right now. Okay. Cool. Let's see. SMCI. How long this bounce? 27. Cool. Listen. Okay. Cool. Target 3/4 at 29.40. Yeah. I'm perfect. Yeah. Tricks. That's a I like your setup there. I totally agree with the logic, the target, everything. Very, very nice trade. And thanks for posting. Did I get out a little early on Microsoft? Sure. Guys, rule number 1, pay myself first. Let the runners run. Let them do their job. Right? Mentioned, if you're going to be long right now, it's got to be for scalps. Every time we've seen a bounce to the upside, it's been sold into. The opposite has been true for, guys, for how long? A month? Maybe more? 2 months? Every time there's been sellers, they've always been bought. So buy the dip, buy the dip, buy the dip, buy the dip. Now it's sell the rip. So if you're going long in a down market, scalps are the game. Can we get a V-bottom recovery? Sure. I think those chances, though, anytime you see new low of day print like 15 times, hard to be counter trend. Okay. Let's see. Market long enough. Bounce. Yeah. Tricky. Yeah. Yeah, the thing is too, trade tricks. If SMCI continues to move lower, they will be delisted. In fact, they already might be delisted, which would really have a negative impact on that stock. So for the investors that have bought into that, because now it's part of an index, right? They're going to want to buy some shares. Buyer of last resort, perhaps. And I guarantee you there's some people involved now that maybe that were quiet investors that are not so quiet anymore on that stock. And I don't mean publicly, I mean like to the company. So does it become like, obviously Hindenburg already got involved, right? So now what happens? This is where, like, I don't know, understanding the careers of the likes of Bill Ackman or Carl Icahn, some of these big figures, heck, Ray Dalio, right? And just understanding things that they've done in their career. This is kind of one of those situations. We talked about Boeing likely being a candidate for some activist investment. I mean, guys, it was up to $150, almost $157 yesterday. It dropped to 147 today. A 10-point swing on a $150 stock. Like, no bueno. I'd say SMCI and BA are fighting for the title of worst headline news ever. Like almost every day, it seems like there's something else coming up. But for trade tricks, back to the SMCI, like I do want to see a bounce. I think for the health of SMCI. Unfortunately, though, after that huge crash yesterday, right, with E&Y basically saying we don't want to have anything to do with this company. That's a big no-no. Big no-no. You can play with sales, meaning like, oh, hey, we missed on sales or we missed on this, but you never mess with financials. That's like the cardinal sin of investors. Only reason why I went so heavy this morning on SMCI, we shorted it yesterday, made some dough, but we went big today, and worked out. Why get delisted for crime? There's multiple reasons. Yeah, that's a big one. But if you're getting delisted, that's obviously criminal activities. Never, like, they haven't been convicted or anything, right? So right now it's hearsay. If they do, though, bye-bye. And price point valuation as a factor. Again, still market cap right now is $16 billion at 28 bucks, right? Yesterday alone, it was $10 billion, maybe give or take. Obviously, add to that number today, but in market cap, $10 billion was wiped out in like 10 minutes. That's $1 billion a minute. Pretty crazy. But again, as traders, love the volatility. You look forward to stuff like this. Well, if the Qs have to stop here, and the SPY has to stop here and start to move higher, well, guys, we have another leg lower coming. You do not want to see a new low on the Qs, nor on the SPY, if you're trying to go long. Meanwhile, Meta just broke 570. QCOM tanking, new low day. All right, I think the SPY is going to do it now. So if you mark just where we were at, 570.28, the low of day, we printed a higher low and a higher high. Okay, we have to do that like right now. You do not want to see that low get tested, and then if you do, the probability of hitting a new low of day goes up significantly. All right, let's see. Missing root, I'm short, still lower. Oh, what is root? I don't think I've ever traded that. Let's pull it up. Root refinances loan, lowering the principal to 200 million. Q3 profit was 22.8 million. They reported earnings, huh? Maybe I've never traded this stock. What do these guys do? Insurance company engages in provision of insurance services. Well, what's CB doing, comparatively speaking? Well, CB is down. Aggressively. Are. All right, let's see if the Bulls are going to play a trick on the Bears for trick or treat here, aka Halloween. So PE wise, and we talked about Amazon earlier this week. I like Amazon into earnings. So they report tonight. Apple, not so much, but there's, they're all kind of tied at the hip right now. If we start seeing a little bit of separation between those names, like again, coin is in big trouble today. I think even into next week, like coin really has a shot down to like 170s. And the reason I say that is it's completely decoupled now. Yeah, you're seeing BTC down today, right? I think that's just retail traders probably dumping their positions, whatever. But the fact that Bitcoin, what did it get up to? Like 73,000, I think. Yeah, $73,794. What? It's crazy. It's amazing. But after seeing that report, I mean, it's just bad news for them. Apple is down at 226 and change. %, I won't buy another Apple product unless it's for my wife. Or if I need a new MacBook. That's about it. Nice trade tricks, yeah. Cool. I almost want to, like a nickname be TT, like for trade tricks. Everything I think of TT is twin turbos because I like cars. I'd love to get my hands on a twin turbo vehicle. A lot of fun. All right, digress. Let's take a look at Microsoft. Come on. Still green on the trade. It's just, I want to see a bigger pop though. See if bulls show up to the party. What did I say? Well, so you remember CC? It was Chris C. I would just call him CC, like the initial CC. Oh, you don't? Okay. Never mind. Yeah, we had a trader in here, Chris C. He had a nickname was CC. Just two C's. I don't know. Yeah, where is Linda? It's amazing. I don't know. Clifton, can you? I don't know if Clifton's on still, but I'll send Clifton a note. Check up on Linda. He's great. All right, y'all. What else are we looking at? I think Qs are kind of looking bleak. So I'm wondering what's going to happen here. Do we just see another, like the last low of day here on the Qs and the bulls really try to push, or You know, if there's bears out there, this is your time to pounce. We have a lot of people on this one. All right. Let's see. It's not a good sign for SPY. Only position I have now are the runners on Microsoft. I am watching Tesla though. Who's in Tesla? Who's that again? It was Ed, wasn't it? Yeah, Ed. I may join you. I just don't like what the SPY and the Qs are doing right now. And I already have. Yeah, I took some profit on Microsoft, but there's, that's my long exposure right now. Ooh, very tempted. 251.80 maybe. I'll join you, Ed. 251.80 Tesla. Be a small build. I'll keep my stop pretty tight. Like it here. See what happens. Nice trade tricks. Awesome. Aha, look at that. Robin got in. 251.80. Ed, what's your target on did we lose Ed? I think we lost him. Okay. The Qs just by 4 cents away from the low of day. If we see a new low of day, that could be bad. But the SPY is holding up. So maybe there's the overshoot here, and now we bounce. Now I think we start the bulls step in just to get some more sellers involved to put them on a squeeze. Let's see. Okay, fine. Microsoft, Tesla, only two positions I got going right now. All right. Need to see the bull step in here, like right now. There goes Tesla a little bit. Again, not getting excited for 10 cents here, but like to see, and maybe we even go to the view up. I don't know. I don't know if we're strong enough to get that level of a move on the Qs right now, but what would that be? Retrace here. 0.5%. Yeah, I could see it. Here comes Tesla. Let's go. Anybody in the Tesla trade with me? Thought I was in there with Ed. Look at that. We're on the trade today, y'all. Let's go. Miguel, yeah, cool. Vincent, Paul, Miguel. Mark, you're in CVNA? I got out of the way of that thing. And it broke out. Awesome. That worked out for both of us then. I took it short. Got out of there in that 241 print. Then I ended up getting completely out, I think around 243 and change. All right, so the level I'm watching right now, so I've got exposure for 2 long positions. One is Tesla, the other one's Microsoft. I am watching 486.09 on the Qs and 471.09 on the SPY, more than I'm even watching the 2 stocks. Because if I see 471.09 get rejected on the SPY, well, we're probably going down, and I'll get out of these positions. But the bulls have been pretty clever, right? They found a way to baseline, find some consolidation here at the lows, and they go, okay, you want to let it go a little bit lower. Maybe we get some more bears involved so we can squeeze them. And we've seen that happen several times in a lot of stocks. So the question is, does that happen today? Well, we have 2 positions hoping that does happen. So fingers crossed. Nice, Mark. Yeah. That's actually the big reason why I started getting out of position was the fact that it kept trying to get back on the VWAP and move, right? So glad you were able to take that. No. Let me pull up the cues here. Hmm. All right, Tesla. It's go time. Uh-oh. Q's just tagged a new low. Don't like that. We get over 251.80 on Tesla. I'm going to add. I'm going to add a small size here to Microsoft as well. We already took a big partial. So when I say I'm adding, I'm not adding as much as I took off to get paid on it. If I see a 250 print of any kind on Tesla, I'll be out. I don't like the cues right now. 484.25, next logical level. They're in short distributed. Okay, there's my little ad on Microsoft. All right, this is now becoming somewhat of a hero trade. Qs are printing on a new low. You know, we got paid big time on the, if you guys remember, we took the puts on the Qs. As soon as we went below 485, I was in the money, so I got out of that whole trade. It's too bad. It's too bad, Tesla. I'm still in it. I just don't like this move. Need Microsoft to pop here. Again, if I see 251.80 again on Tesla, I will add. I think that's going to probably do it for me, though, guys. I'm going to keep these trades on. You guys know where the stops are, but Microsoft, Tesla, I'm long those positions. I'll keep an eye on Apple in the earnings as well as Amazon at the close today. So I'll be keeping an eye on that. I know the last time I've tried to host a couple of these earning calls, we had maybe 5 people. So I probably won't be back for that, but I'll definitely be watching it. Hopefully you guys do the same. But listen, overall, a great day. We might take a little bit of a loss here on Tesla. We can't really lose on Microsoft. We got paid nicely on the initial move. But overall, great day for, we'll say, the 44 Trading Nation, Team DVG, hashtag. But appreciate each and every one of you. I'll see you guys tomorrow at the open. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Cheers, God bless.